Hello. Oh my God, I think everything is working. Do I remember how to VTube? Valid question. Valid valid inquiry. It's been forever. Also, probably want to switch up the background music. How are we feeling about that? Oh my gosh. I haven't opened up OBS in forever. Okay, so for anyone who is new or accidentally clicked on this stream or saw me on Blue Sky, hello, my name is Luminous Peak, and I am your friendly neighborhood fae here on sabbatical, spending a few centuries on Earth as a little break and getting to learn about all the cool things you humans do. Vibe check. Yeah, I have to decide what music I want for today. This is my normal BGM. Let's see. Well, before we even do that, I just want to say I'm so happy to be back. Oh my God. It's been a rough checks notes several months. It's been crazy. I don't even know if this stream is showing up properly on Twitch. I don't know what reality is. I don't know what season it is here. I don't know anything, to be completely honest with you. Don't know anything. It's been a long time. However, I have been saving some cool goody times for you all. And as a result, I do have some builds to build. Now, I know the last time I was here, I said, listen, guys, I built 2 keyboards in a row. I know that's what I said. And I wanted to play a game instead of building more boards. I know that I said that. I know that that's, if you roll the tape, if you roll that beautiful bean footage, that's what you're going to see. However, life has been not even necessarily kicking my ass, but the asses of people who are close to me IRL, and they have required my very in-person support. It's really tough to stream here when I'm going back and forth to people's homes, unfortunately. Crazy of you to still be subscribed to me. Weapon X, that's crazy. I did actually check my subs. I think it was, well, I check them periodically, so I would like to say that first. I don't ever leave them unchecked. But I did in fact check them most recently last week, because I thought I would have a day to stream this week, and that turned out to be true. And I was shocked to see that my friends are still subscribed to me. I think the last time I streamed was in December, before I had a trip I was going on. So I checked then. I usually do check at least once a month, just because, like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm at all times 3 seconds away from typing out a message to just say, like, don't do it. Obviously, I want to bring you guys content. I would like to do stuff, but life is just a lot. And I have to be there for people who have been there for me. So, essentially, that's why I've been gone. I had a trip that was 2 weeks long, and I couldn't pack all of the things that I wanted to bring, including my stream stuff. Turns out clothes take up a lot of space when you are stunting on these hoes, if you know what I'm saying. I was actually, this was not like a leisurely trip. I had to work while I was out and everything. But essentially, I was accompanying my friend and giving her some emotional support while she was out doing work training. So that was cool. And then I came back and like everything started crashing down. The inauguration happened in February, so there's been a lot of changes regarding that. And I work in a field that's impacted by some of the executive order stuff, not to get too political. So that was rocky for a while. I also had a back and forth on whether or not I was gonna end up moving, like physically moving my home, like having to pack up all my shit and move it to another home. So that was a lot of things. Turned out, didn't have to move. However, even when you're not moving, planning to move is a lot also. So dealing with that and trying to figure out, are we packing up the shit or not? Should I stop packing up shit I've already packed up? Life has just been a time. And then after that was the inauguration stuff. And then following that, unfortunately, I've had friends going through really bad times, like the worst times imaginable in some ways. And like I was saying earlier, they needed my very in-person help and presence. And it was more than one person suffering more than one thing. It was just a lot. I had a friend that caught COVID, so trying to make sure she had things that she needed at home for her recovery. My mom did not catch COVID, but caught like flu A, and she's a bit older, so keeping an eye on her to make sure things were fine. And then a couple of people I know had like deaths in the family, that kind of thing. It's been a time. I can't even explain how much of a time it's been. Oh, Seribot deleted a message. Ooh. Hopefully we're not getting like raided or anything. That would suck. I just got back, raided by bots. Would be crazy to handle. But yeah, it's basically just been a lot of that. And I've barely even had time to like rest or watch and keep up with the VTubers that I like. So it's just been a time. I'm glad to have some breathing room. I think for right now, I don't want to make any promises because people are still going through stuff. Some situations are touch and go. I also had a friend who like is unemployed now. Everything's all topsy-turvy. I do want to play more games. My friend Denko, lovely Dempa Denko, who is a friend of the channel, she started streaming Love Shore, which is a game that I've been playing a lot. Or at least before my hiatus, I was playing a lot. I finished a couple routes in the game, and there are so many. I think there's like between 6 and 8 different routes. So I'm hoping to catch up to where she's eventually gonna be. So I do want to stream games a little bit, get back to my reading streams if possible, but I can't promise regularity. I just have to be honest about that. There's just too much that's up in the air. No, not Mama Spark. Yeah. Mama Lumi is actually, she's been out for like 3 weeks at this point. It's been tough. Glitched, hello, how are you? I hope you are doing well. It is I, back from the ether. I have materialized to spend some time with you guys today. Okay. I can't delay this any longer. I have to figure out what my background music is gonna be. Cookies for me. Thank you. I'm good. It's late, but I'm alive. If you need to take a dirt nap, literally for sleepy times, please do take the time to do that. I feel like my current status is basically exactly what you just said. It's late, but I'm alive. I might steal that for my Discord status. Okay. So, let's see. Let me swap over to my other screen. Okay, and let's see, the desktop is desktoping. So let's see what songs are on this playlist. Do I want to do this? Is this what I want to do? Do I want the mellow beat? See, the problem with me is like sometimes the mellow beats seem too mellow. You know what I mean? Like too mellow. Let's go for... That is so loud to my ears, but hopefully not to everyone else. Looking great, by the way. Very pretty eyes. Thank you. I'm quite proud of my eyes. Okay, you'll have to let me know how the music is sounding so I can make sure it's not too crazy. I have a feeling that I'm gonna need to adjust my mic settings, but I don't want to do it now while I'm live. I think as long as you can hear me, it sounds good right now. Great, fantastic. That's less work for me to do. All right, let's see if I can get this to show up. Is my camera working? Please don't let my camera be the thing that fucks me up. Ooh, yikes. We are all over the place with the camera. Can we chill out, Cam? Can we chill out? My favorite thing is that I barely get a preview. It just shows you guys what's going on. All right. Okay, I feel like I'm missing lighting because I forgot to turn it on. Let's do it. Okay, we got some lighting. Is it too bright? Maybe it's a little too bright. Let's turn it down a little. I cannot for the life of me remember what I was doing last with this light. No, I don't want to update this later. Remind me later. Lily pad desk mat, I like it. Yes, I am such a fan of this desk pad. I found it while looking for, I think I was looking for some type of switch and came across it online and I was like, this is hella dope. It feels so good to be back. Like, I don't even know what to say. I miss you guys immensely. I miss this immensely. I miss building. I will say I did, behind your back, build one single board. Let me show you. Only one though. Only the one. This is Kair for anyone who doesn't know. This is a mode envoy, 65%. So 65 is all of the main bits here, number row, but no F row arrows. And technically there's a little extra column of stuff right here. Just in case anybody is watching and they're like, what the heck does she mean? Or honestly, if you're just not into keyboards and you forgot between the last time I streamed. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the new boy. This is the new boy. Oh wow, on camera that comes across as very blue. This is like a, how to put this? Like a periwinkle kind of thing. It's like a very saturated periwinkle. And it has these two little buttons here. You can actually click on them. I'm such a fan of this board. I literally built it like 2 or 3 days ago, so it's pretty fresh. It's pretty fresh. So this is the newest baby. I love it so much. I don't know. Let me see if I can like get the mic close so I can tinkle on the keys just a little. Let's see. Yeah, I think that picked up pretty well. Actually. There are pink robin switches in this. And this keycap set, for anyone unfamiliar, is GMK Nightshade. For anybody who wanted to know what the color combo is. Satisfying clicky clacks? Yes. Those are the best kind of clicky clacks. Mike, please cooperate with me. I'm trying to be great. Thanks. Basically, this board is called the Polygon 7. It's by a company called Daring Run. They are basically a company whose goal is to make really cool but affordable designs. The case for this, with the bare bones internals, first of all, this has no foam in it. So that sound was without any type of foam. It's got the 2 side columns here. It has a, what is it, ball catch system? So you can actually just pull it up like that. It took me like at most 2 hours to build, and I think it was even less than that actually, which is why I went ahead and built it. And then it has this cool back on it. Yeah, look at that. And this was about $170 including shipping. Crazy, right? I'm not gonna lie, I essentially went ham buying a lot of my wish list items for keyboarding because of the effect that tariffs would have on some of the orders. Most keyboards are made in China. They're manufactured in China, and they're made out of aluminum, which is one of the materials that specifically was noted in the EO as like being part of the tariff thing. And I was like, oh shit, well, what I'm not gonna do is pay like an extra $100, $200 on materials that I'm already buying. I had a couple expensive pieces too that I just decided, I was like, yeah, well, I'd rather pay it now than like have to pay the extra later. So and I will say these concerns were not like random unfounded concerns. Some of the companies that produce these boards actually sent out emails saying, hey, we've been in contact with our logistics people, and they've said that it might be an issue. And some of them confirmed it definitely was going to be an issue. And I was like, that's crazy. So this is one of the new babies. I ended up swapping some of the names for my boards around because a lot of them are heavily attached to the aesthetic, and the keycaps affect the aesthetic a lot. So I did update my website for anybody who hasn't seen it before. I'm sure my bot will show up at some point to like put it in the chat. But in the meantime, I did want to forward. Shameless plug for myself. I'm just gonna reach over to my, there we go. If you wanna see all of my builds, this will be the place to do it. The photo of this one isn't up yet. I'll probably take it after stream. Now the lights feel like they're too low. Maybe it's just adjusting because this is a darker board. Let's see. Let me go up to like 25%. I feel like that's okay. There we go. Yeah, this veers blue. This camera definitely veers blue. There's like a smidgen more purple in here. It's like a true periwinkle, which is wild because that's very rare. Okay, so without further ado, I know what most folks are here for. They want the ASMR and sometimes the timeless annoyance of me talking in the background while I build a board. So we're gonna say goodbye to this new son. Vithrel was the name that this board inherited, by the way. My God, I love this back. I love this back. The machining, I'm just, focus on it. Do it, do the thing. There we go, yeah. It's hot, it's hot. No regrets. For less than $200, no regrets. The name that I was going to give this board ended up transferred to a different board that I have. So basically that board and the original Vithrill switched names. So it is another purple board. So I'm gonna put it over here real quick and then we'll get to building. It is this one. Is that a textured pattern on the back? It absolutely is. Now I'm worried that like we're lagging maybe. Let's see. I don't know how far behind like my stream is to Twitch. I feel like I have to check. It is a textured pattern. It's a hot textured pattern. I'd spend so much time running. I have done it. I have done it. I've been daily driving that one for work. But this is the one they switched with. At first I was gonna put these keycaps on that board, but the lining on the back, hang on, I'll bring it back on screen. This lining on the back is more blue than it is purple. And in the photos, like the renders for this board, it looked more purple. So I ended up swapping the keycaps. Since these are more blue, it fits the board better. 1, 2, 3 sync. Oh my god. You might have to like refresh. I don't know how Twitch is doing these days. I just didn't want to let all the technical stuff stop me from streaming. And since this is clearly more purple, this is like super lavender, I just was like, cool, great. So this is Vithrill, and this is Procyon. That's, I let my friend name this one. I let my friend name the new one. Procyon was the name he came up with because there's such a star theme going on here. Let me bring the camera in a little closer. Star theme. Yeah. So, essentially, that's how it happened. So, Procyon and Vithrill. Woo! I am not sure if I think I have a name picked out for today's board already, so we'll see. I've got about a 12-second delay, but I'm also across the planet, so that's about normal for me, I think. Okay, let me double check actually, because that is a thing I can double check. I can go to Twitch and figure it out. Do I have Twitch bookmark? Yes, I do. Okay. Let me look. Because it could be you, but it could be me. I'm not sure if it's me or not. Okay, I have a few seconds delay. Can someone randomly type something in chat? I'll see how fast it pops up on the stream. Okay, I see the whoop. Oh, that's not that long at all. Okay, that's like maybe 5, 6 seconds, something like that. Yeah. That's like 5 seconds. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I'm so I'm so fucked coming back to streaming. I had to actually just double check, triple check, quadruple check. So glitched, it probably is just your stream. Woo Lord. Woo child. Frick. First, what I actually have to do is be awful by plugging this back in and double checking what kind of PCB this is for the Cycle 8. The Cycle 8 is in fact what we are building today. If the title did not tell you. Aussie internet strikes again. Dang. You want to know what's awful? I've heard of I have heard of the Aussie debuff in various capacities, including internet actually. Okay, let's see the PCB for this. I basically just need to know how thick it is. Is it 1.6 as per usual? Probably. I could just take it out and see. And then the layouts it supports, I want to see for hot swap. Okay, it supports a lot of things for hot swap actually, so I can kind of have my pick of things. I mostly just wanted to decide if I wanted a really long space bar or not, but it looks like I can in fact choose if that's the case. So that's great. Love that for me. Okay. I am going to open up the box because I realized that I have not opened up the box, and that's kind of an issue. So this isn't necessarily an unboxing stream, but since I haven't opened the box, I did want to show it off. My desk is so small. Like, obviously my camera doesn't show my whole desk, but it is fairly small. So this is in fact the box. It's got this, oh God, it's heavy. This nice like metallic fuchsia text on it. Trace Kits Designs, that's what TKD stands for. In the build thing, I think I listed it as ClickClack, but they're like the vendor that sells it. The actual, I guess we'll call it group company that does the design is TKD. Had to get various debuffs to balance out the buffs most of us have gained from living in the heat and surviving the animals. True. Obviously, I don't know as much about Australia as anyone who lives there. Could never claim that. However, from what I have seen and learned, absolutely, they had to balance you guys out. You were going to be OP. Not the emus winning wars out there. Surviving whatever is in Australia obviously takes a bit of time and effort and grit. Okay. Frick. Oh my God, this is so heavy. I just want to see how thick the PCB is. Oh my God. I don't want this to like thunk on my desk, so I'm trying to do it carefully. It is very reflective. Careful not to hold it at a face revealing angle for too long. I definitely got the Zeal color, which is spray coated. So it's really the weight on the bottom I have to worry about. I did consider putting a mask on. In fact, I may still do that. Usually when I have very reflective board weight combos, I usually put a mask on. Yeah, I've got one here in my supplies drawer. So let's do it. I might sound just slightly muffly, but hopefully it won't be that bad. Some of the old adverts for Foster's beer were wild from what I've heard, even though nobody in Australia ever actually drinks it. I live in a state in the US that has a lot of breweries, so I'm definitely used to seeing advertisements for drinks that you like are very local. Okay, so we have that. Is it just the board in here? Oh, there might be another box with the accessories. Okay. Yeah. That back is super... Oh, wow. The plastic itself is doing a lot, actually. I'm glad I put the mask on ahead of time. There's a tiny rip already here, so let me go ahead and do that. The sooner I get this plastic off, the easier it will be to not dox myself. Love the nails, by the way. Yeah. The nails are a bittersweet story. I went to a funeral and the person's favorite color was red, so they asked everyone to wear black and red, and I did that. But they look good though. This is almost as bright as I thought it was gonna be. This is not disappointing. This is not disappointing. Okay, and then we can peel that. I will do a little close-up of the nails, because I know there are some people who watch the VODs and that's all they want, actually. Yeah, there we go. Very simple. Okay. So I'm gonna put this away for now. If there is a box with accessories, which there has to be, I know where it is. It is here. I definitely unpacked this box a long time ago and then forgot. Oh God. Can you come out? I can't use my nails as tools or they will break. Please don't make me do this. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I could not get that to slide out for nothing. Okay, cool. They're all marked TKD, so I know that's what this is for. What do we have here? We have O-rings? Interesting. We have O-rings. We have stabs. I don't know if I'm gonna use these stabs. We have the beans. The beans are for mounting. Luckily, we don't need you to dox your face to know you look wonderful. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh my God. We've got so many foams. You know, I have posted a couple of pictures of my face, but like done up in makeup with wigs and stuff, so you can't 100% tell what I look like. I think I look pretty good, but I'm also very biased, so. You'll have to ask Weapon X what he thinks. He's seen me in person. Yeah, okay, so I don't know what foams I'm gonna use today. Usually I'll use at least the plate foam. Usually I'll use at least plate foam. Okay, this does look like 1.6. So that's good. Good for me, love that. And I've heard this board is really good, even without the foams. So we'll see. I don't usually believe people when they say that. I usually just do not. It's just uncommon for me. We'll see. Okay. So just to get started first, in fact, let me pull this back up. So we can definitely do a couple of different things here. I'm thinking, personally, because I actually, I've already forgotten if this was Winkey or Winkeyless. That is Winkey, great. Okay. So now that I know that this is Winkey, I might just, The cookie cats. I'm sorry, the music is sending me. I'm trying to remember if Sangun bottom row is 7U with the 1U in the middle. I think it is. I'll probably end up doing that. So it's looking like I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stabilizers. So like a full suite of these. Can do. I think I definitely have enough for that. I need to re-up on my stabilizer things soon. I think this is the CannonKeys. These are the CannonKeys wires, maybe? I definitely have enough. And then 7U would be this one. So maybe I'll do that. Did I want to save this for something else? I feel like it's in a bag for a reason. Oh, you know what? I do think I'm saving these for my duality. I think that is actually what I'm doing. Duality definitely hasn't shipped yet, and it was supposed to. But I did order one. So maybe I'll save this for that. Oh, these are not the CannonKeys ones. These are the CannonKeys ones. And these are the CannonKeys ones. I'm low on those too. Which is like not ideal, but I wouldn't be able to see those photos. I left Blue Sky on Twitter a while ago. I know you're pretty though anyway. Thank you. Some people say it's the voice. The voice proves I'm pretty. Oh man. I did leave Twitter, but I am still on Blue Sky. So we'll see how that works out. I'm very close to taking your path when it comes to things, to be honest, Glitched. There's so much going on. I feel like there's just so much going on all the time. And sometimes you just want to exist without having to do all those things. Did I pull out? Okay, yeah, I did. I appreciate your vote of confidence. Yes, okay, that is longer. Okay, so we're gonna need 10 things. These are plate mounts. No clue what I'm saving those for, but they do exist. Let's see, I can count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And I'll have to do some clipping on the stems, actually. So for anyone who's lurking, first of all, there is a little lurk thing you can do. You can spend your points on if you want to let me know that you're lurking. Also, just generally speaking, there's a couple little fun things that you can spend your points on. Okay. Yes, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I think. Yep, got it. I'm trying to save some resources desk space with using just this little line of tissue paper instead of anything else. I usually use like a whole paper towel piece, but I was like, let me be a little conservative this time, maybe. Hydrate? Oh, shoot. I left my hydration in the kitchen. Let me go get that. I will actually be right back. I am back with my crowd-funded and redeemed Twitch hydration container. Thank you for the hydrate. I dropped from both because they left me feeling like I had to do stuff and it stressed me out. Though now I get hit with the FOMO because I can't keep up to date with all the cool streamers I watched. I have that same feeling. I understand it. But I've just come to the conclusion that, like, I have to do the things that I can do. And everything else has to just be the way it is. And I've preached that a lot, so I try really hard to live by it. Let's see, can we get... The thing is, my camera's not super heavy, so getting it to stay up close is like always a chore. Okay. Cool, good enough. So it's just, yeah, the keeping up with streaming has been like a time. It's been very rough. Occasionally I'll pop into people's streams and just sort of basically what you did, just say like hello. Sometimes if I'm like at work and I'm working, I'll let them know, hey, I can't like fully participate, but I remember who you are and I still care about you. Oh, that wasn't what that was supposed to be. Almost clipped the wrong bits. All right, there we go. These nails do not make it easy. I got them a little longer than I usually do because I thought, oh man, I'm doing so great with like the length I have now. Surely I can handle like a quarter of an inch more. The answer is no. The answer is no, I cannot handle a quarter of an inch more. What I found is the most difficult thing in regards to the nails and doing things is not necessarily the length of the nail. I actually type a lot with nails on, so knowing how and when to strike the keys is like not an issue for me. And there are other tools and stuff that I have for doing other stuff around the house just because I try to be thoughtful and make things easier for me generally. The biggest issue for me actually is the leverage point on the nail, right? So like just to get technical, right? So because the nail is this long, the place where you put pressure on it exerts, the way that it exerts force across the nail is very different depending on if you come down here, if you come down here, you know, that kind of stuff. So I'm used to using my hands so much because like I do have nails, but they're usually short enough that I can still do most of what I want with them. Then now that these are longer, I have to pay more attention to like the bending point across the nail. And I'm like, that's crazy that I have to pay attention to that. I would like to just be reckless. So the next time I get my nails done, they'll be back dropped a quarter of an inch down to where they used to be. I don't think it'll be a problem today though. I did build a board with these on before, so it's one of those things that I just thought of since Weapon X said something about it. The problem is that when you're used to doing things yourself, you actually go to just use your fingers normally, regardless of what you have on your hands. It's different if you're a person who's fortunate enough to not have to handle very many things themselves. Let me clean that up real quick. Be that because you just have your life set up so that it's that convenient, or if you have someone to help you. Or if you live the kind of lifestyle where like you just don't actually have to do those things, someone else takes care of them. Great for those people, by the way. Just not a lifestyle that I live, so I have to reconcile my desire to protect the nails with all the other shit I want to do. Okay, let's see. I've got a palette here. Is it still full of 205? Looks like it is. So let me shift this down. Do I want to reach across? Maybe not. Other way around. There we go. Let me put these clippers away. And then my brush, my trusty brush. And then we'll start with the housings. For anyone who's unfamiliar with what I'm doing, basically the stabilizers, also known as stabs, are made up of 3 parts. So there's these housings here. There's these internal bits here, the stems. There we go. Basically, you put the stems inside of the housing, and that's what helps with the action to go up and down. I'll show you after I've assembled them. And then we have these wires in the middle. Those are the parts that actually twist to move up and down when you are hitting the longer keys. So like the space bar, the long shift keys, the backspace, and that kind of thing. So I am lubing them up. I promise I've made every lube joke under the sun. It's been done. But basically we're lubricating it so that the up and down action that you get when you hit the keys is smooth. That's what we want. We want smooth motions. I still swear that like keyboard channels are by default the sussiest channels alive. You can't get through building a board without making at least one sussy joke. Building keyboards is definitely more complex than I would have guessed. And the thing that's crazy about that glitch is that they've gotten simpler to do over the years. Like, I think the board that we're building today, I think the Cycle 8 actually has a catchball system as well. So I don't think I even have to like screw or unscrew anything on the outside. It's just the inside bits maybe. And maybe not even that, to be honest. They've been working really hard since the keyboard hobby has become popular to make boards that people only have to build the one time, since the majority of folks only want to build the thing the one time. And then they don't want to ever touch it again unless something's wrong. Which is a very interesting experience for me. When I very first got into keyboards, I spent so much time, so many hours watching people build before I felt comfortable even touching my first board, because there were so many things that you could fuck up. But now, like, the delicate bits become pre-installed. You don't have to solder anything at this point. Boards that used to take me like 5 or 6 hours to build from start to finish, on stream they take me 3, right? Because I'm like stopping to chat and stuff while I'm doing it. But if I'm just like at home, just doing my own thing, man, definitely could build within like a 1 to 2 hour span, depending on how you fiddle with the stabilizer wires. That's the hardest part for me, these wires, making sure they're level and they're not ticking. But once you get that together, you're popping in the switches, you're putting the keycaps on, you slap that shit together, click, click, and it's finished. Like, which is crazy to me. I came in, I think, to the hobby right when it was blowing up. So like right before the pandemic, basically. Like, I mean, I guess by technical standards, you could just say I came in during the pandemic, but the pandemic was like in March is when everything shut down. So most people count like the summer. That's when everybody acclimated and there were a lot of like mandates about staying home and stuff like that. I came in a little bit before that, like maybe January, February, because I had a mechanical keyboard, but it was like one of those kind of like rip-off crowdfunded ones that you couldn't fully customize. And I wanted something that was more customizable. We still gotta do these. So I was doing research, but I didn't actually start buying anything until the pandemic. Partially because the saving money on the commute to and from work actually gave me enough disposable income to try to buy like my first little cheapo thing. This is reminding me I need to get around to building Gunpla. Yes, absolutely. I have so many friends that are into Gunpla, and whenever I talk about keyboards, they absolutely tell me about their Gunpla, and they're like, I gotta build my Gunpla. Yes, do it. Build the Gunpla. Make your dreams come true. There we go. So we lube both of the bits in the hope that once we actually get them settled in here, get in there, that the lube will make everything run smoothly. That is essentially what's happening here. Insert so many tasteless jokes, like so many, all the tasteless jokes. Oh, and another thing, back in the day, quote unquote, back in my day, when you were building a keyboard, you had to lube your own switches too. So like the actual buttons that you're pushing up and down on, you had to lubricate those too. They came from the factory most of the time, not lubed. And the factories were still perfecting whether or not they could even get a good lube job on the components because they're so small. You'd get like weird globs everywhere and stuff. So people's preference was to just lube their own so they could control how much product was on there and not have any inconsistencies, right? So that was also a whole thing. Crazy how times have changed, how the turns have tabled. Oh, I still have an MG to finish too. Not surprised. I bet I could text like 5 different people right now and be like, hey, do you have a Gunpla model you need to finish? And they'd be like, yeah, how did you know? Like, yo, I'm building a board right now. And they would just be like, I see. So the time has come for the reminders. Oh man. But yeah, there's so much less work that has to go into the builds these days. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. There are some people who have feelings about it. They feel like it takes away from the craft of building to have everything done for you. But I mean, you can still get like regular solderable keyboards. For me, it's been a godsend. I can't have solderable circuit boards like in my home because the fumes will fuck up my cat. So when they started going more towards hot swap, which is like the plug and play type of thing for your switches, you didn't have to solder anything with any of the aluminum wire or anything. It was a godsend for me, and now it's a standard, which is great. There are definitely some designs I had to pass up on because they were very like traditional, and by traditional I mean they were solder only. I literally cannot do that. There were lots of discussions about it too. Denko! Crazy of you to still be subscribed to me. Same thing I said to Weapon X. Crazy of you. I got a lurk, but I hope you have a great stream. Been great hearing your voice again. It's been great hearing from you too. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving cookies to everyone. I took an Eddie and got too high of it. Oh, that reminds me, actually. For one of the funerals that I went to, the family member of my friend gave me an edible. And because my friend was not like a person who does edibles of any kind, I was basically, essentially what she told me and what I decided was, if this is going to be your first time taking one to like get through family stress time, maybe let's not do it suddenly here at the viewing. Let's wait for a day where I can like spend time with you and you can have a babysitter essentially. And we'll do it that way. But I'll test it for you for now. And I'll go ahead and just take one now, since I've had some experience with it. And I definitely misread/misheard the amount. The amount of the edible. Your nails are so pretty. Thank you. I figure you would like them. Denko, you're great. I'm so happy to see you here. I hope you're not playing hooky too bad from the other place I know you're supposed to be. But yeah, I took the edible and turns out it was 200 milligrams. It was 200 milligrams. And I had D&D to attend after the viewing. So it was yeah. I tried to take a nap and my lungs said that's ridiculous, so I'm here. Oh no, yeah, I was on the moon actually. I don't think I've ever had that high a dosage in my life. The person who gave me the edible did not look properly at the packaging to tell me what the amount fully was. So I thought it was gonna be like a reasonable amount, like maybe about half that amount, right? Because she had said, oh yeah, these will, you know, like get you right. They're very potent, you know. And so what I thought at the time was like, okay, yeah, potent is like 100, 120. It's probably around there. Like I'll be good. I could do that. But while I was at the viewing, still doing friendship support things, I could definitely feel the onset of it. And I was like, okay, cool, great. You know, they're kicking in. They're doing the thing they're supposed to do. I'm with you here, right? Gotcha. We're having a fun time. And then like, you know that feeling where like you can like feel the high intensifying? Like you can feel it intensifying. It's like you can feel it go up like boop one level. So I felt that happen. I was like, okay, yeah, cool, these are good. But then like maybe 15 minutes later, it went up like again. And then another 15 minutes later, it went up like again. And I was like, I see, I'm in for a time. And I was realizing how intense this was going to be while I was talking to my friend and trying to like distract her about the things that were going on, because she's not really a funeral person. And that was a time. At a certain point I was like, well, I hope that she doesn't notice how high I am and we can just continue to have this conversation as normal. It's cool, we'll be okay. Like this is gonna be a lot. I don't know how I'm gonna survive like my D&D session, but like I can live with this. This is cool. She did not realize that I was high. So for whatever that's worth, that was pretty good. And then when I got to D&D, I basically carpool with a bunch of people to get there. I let the people in my car know, like, yeah, that's what type of time we're on. I'm very high right now. And they just laughed at me or whatever. But they couldn't tell like how high I was. And apparently people at my D&D table, I say D&D, but it's like a tabletop, right? Essentially it's Starfinder. That is the game we're playing, which is Pathfinder, but in space. But yeah, I got through most of the session without anybody realizing how high I was. They thought I just had like a small buzz, but let me tell you, I was trying not to dissociate while I was at the table. Mark Henry theme into the I did manage to keep it together. I will say I am no stranger to substances, although I haven't done anything super crazy wild. Even this particular experience I was having was not as bad as the time that I had a bad trip. And yeah, essentially let me actually just I'm just gonna change my content classification real quick since we're having this conversation. I definitely was higher than I wanted to be, but I think I handled it okay. But it was just, man, I managed to keep it together because this experience was not as bad as when I had a really, not really bad, I would say a mildly bad trip on shrooms. Like mild. For me, it was mild anyway. Do I need? No, I don't. I need this for balancing. That's what I need this for. And then that trip was a little crazy. The thing is with the shrooms, right? You get hallucinations of various sorts. And that's the kicker, right? Like that's the part that takes it up over the top. If you feel grounded in your sense of reality, then like it's fine, right? So for me, it was mild, but I know a lot of people for whom the experience I had would not have been considered mild. So saying that to say, with the edibles, I had no hallucinations. And as a result, it was tolerable. So I had to do RP. The session was like 100% RP also. That's the thing that I think made it the most wild to me. Somehow I managed to get through several conversations with other people in my party. And I'm not sure how I did that. Earlier this week, I actually had to, we love no hallucinations, it's true. Earlier this week, I had to ask them, hey guys, so what the fuck happened during your session? So I was like explaining to them how high I was. And one of our members at the table is like a designated doser, essentially. Basically, she doses medicinally for personal reasons. And so when I told her what the dosage actually was, she was like, I'm shocked you were that well composed. She's like, at the amount that you were, I think I would have been maybe not freaking out, but I might have needed a break. There's just like a tiny little tick, like just the tiniest one. And your character just walks up to the group like, what's up, my homies? Oh my God, no, I had to role play like a conversation setting up a romance with my love interest. It was not like regular, what's our inventory? What adventure are we doing next? Let's do some Scooby-Doo problem solving. I had to have an emotionally charged conversation with the object of affection for my character. I also need to explain that this conversation happened after a very emotional ordeal in which I was essentially impregnated by some alien species in a jungle. And I almost died and had to have like specific surgery to remove the eggs, whatever, offspring. To cure myself, had to do a whole thing, right? It was super upsetting and embarrassing for my character. She was in disguise most of the time. She had to like reveal who she really was because she got so sick from the pregnancy, like basically the infection tract, right? Like essentially this was treated like a progressing disease, but for all intents and purposes, I was pregnant, right? So all of these things are happening. We managed to figure it out. She's bonding with like the team's doctor during this time because she was already attracted to him. And as a result, she decides that she's just gonna straight up leave the group after she gets cured because that was so fucking embarrassing, right? Very normal reaction. And the doctor character is basically telling her like, no, like we bonded and stuff while you were sick and you definitely tried to fight even though you were clearly ill and you were throwing up everywhere. I got to so bad to the point where I had to pass a con save to not vomit whenever I took a standard action. But I was still trying to shoot people anyway. Anyway, he admired my resolve. And whatever. And so we were picking up from that point where I had been discharged from the hospital. He was trying to like convince me that nobody felt betrayed by the fact that I was in disguise. We were like a ragtag group of guys and it was totally cool. If I had a pass, I didn't want people to know. And that I had proven I was trustworthy through like my actions and sticking with the group instead of like running away or whatever once all the shit started happening to me. And I had to pick up from there and have that conversation. I'll be real, I too would simply bail if I suddenly yeah, it was a wild experience to have both at the table and as a character. I was really hoping that I would pass all my rolls to like not be infected when we were fighting. And we fought several things that tried to infect us in several ways. I got away with all of those, just not this one. Just not this one. Crazy, crazy work. Also, on top of that, I was the only one that got. I was the only one that got. That thing was I mean, good for the party, right? That we didn't have more than one person out of commission. But as a player, I was just like, son of a bitch, man. I have decent rolls. Why are we here suffering like this? All of that aside, right? The actual experience, trying to role play a emotionally charged conversation after this, wild, my guy. So I'm like in the full swing, the fullest swing of the high, right? While I'm having the conversation with this person. My stabs are coming along so nicely. I'm so pleased. Actually, let me test this first. Okay. So far, all of them have been ticky just on one side, so adjusting it hasn't been like the worst. Just, Doc, you need to give me a minute. I'm actually space high right now. So, hilarious fact about that, I will say. There is a character in our party who is literally actually addicted to a substance called Hyperleaf. Crazy work. And so I think like once every 3 days, he has to like roll to try to resist the urge to consume. I think if he like crit fails, he gets like worse symptoms, something like that. Dang. I did it. I went too far. So I had the conversation, and then it was mostly RP for the session. I only had to do that big chunk. They gave me a break after that because other people had other stuff to RP. Great, fantastic. I understood everything that happened in that session. Love that for me. But immediately forgot it in the following days and then had to ask them, did only the things that I remember happen? Or was there more? That Venoshock Plus. Yeah. It was tough. So having the conversation was fine. I just think I wasn't able to emote as much as I wanted to. The actual lines of dialogue were fine. She was like super worried. And I got past it. We did it. We did the thing. It's like just the tiniest bit like that. I feel like I'm gonna fuck this up by trying to adjust it again, but we'll see. And I'm glad that I made it through. No one realized how high I was. But when I told them the dosage earlier this week, they were like, the fact that you were alive and like you came to the session. But I am glad that I tested them since my friend's sister didn't know what the dosage was. So I did actually end up babysitting my friend and letting her know to literally only take half if she wants to have a good time. If I hadn't done that, I don't think they would have known. I don't think they would have known. Oh, so close. It is like just the tiniest, the teensiest, weensiest. I want to like barely jiggle it. Hopefully I'll be able to. Literally the smallest jiggle. No, somehow it's worse. I barely wiggled it. Why are we suffering this way? Now it's gonna be like all the way off. No, how is it getting worse? Depression. Okay. That's better. Okay, somehow we did it. I'm not gonna question it. Somehow we did it. Oh shit. Nope, I lied. We still got the long one. Oh no, I was so relieved. I misspoke. We still gotta do this one. It's fine. It's fine, guys. We got it. Let's see. Are they both bent? Kind of. Interesting. Let me see what it is on this side. That's worse on this side. So let's see if we can adjust that. Nope. That side is silent. This side needs something. It needs Jesus. What song is this? I know what song it is. Is it a Pokemon song? My guess is. Oh, it's KK House. Makes sense. Makes sense. Animal Crossing music is great for lo-fi remixes. Still ticky. Is it the middle? Is the middle off? No, it is literally this side. I can see it tipped up. I think I just have to have a stronger hand with it because it's... Oh, perfect. Somehow, miracles abound. Great. Not the tattoo showing up when we've got the Zelda music going. All right. So this is the majority of what I need to do for the stabs. Now I gotta lube them and put them together. Lube the wires, more specifically. We did in fact lube the rest already. Is this the, yep, BDZ. So there is a different lube that goes on the wires. Come on. There we go. It was stuck a little bit. All right. And the reason why we use different lube on the wires is just they move up and down inside of these housings. And really, they're kind of what caused the rattle for the most part. So to be completely honest, it makes sense to coat it with thicker lube so that there's less room for the jiggling that causes ticking. So like the lube itself does smooth things out a bit, but also it's just easier to not have to worry about it as much if the lube is thick enough to also take up physical space in the housing, because then there's just less space for jiggling. Okay, cool. Shit. I'm like down to the last of what's in here. So I fear I'll have to pick this up every time just to make sure I'm getting enough out of it. If we put this lube on the inside of these housings, it'll be so thick that they won't be able to actually move up and down smoothly. But because these wires are already so thin, they tend to have more room inside the housing, so we can afford to put thicker lube there. For anybody who was wondering. I'm not sure. I mentioned that I had a name picked out for this board already. The name of this board is going to be Akzeriuth, which is a reference to Tales of the Abyss, in case anybody remembers that game at all. It's one of the Tales of series games, obviously. Tales of the Abyss. And it is not my favorite one, but it's one of my favorites. My second favorite one, essentially. The way I must battle my demons to keep myself within Twitch TOS. In what context, though? Like, are we talking the jokes? Are we talking the lube switch smoothness jokes? I assume that is what we're discussing here. Oh my god. So much thick lube everywhere. I was telling Glitch earlier before they departed that absolutely we have done almost every single joke that could be done on this channel about sussy lube practices. Sorry if I'm moving off screen. I had to make sure the whole wire was covered. These pieces are so tiny, sometimes getting the vantage point I need, I can't be in the camera for it. It's just like, good lord. Just like now, trying to fit this into the fucking housing. Get in there. Okay. Just the amount of lube and the fact that if you hold those at the right angle, you can see the wire going in. It's true. It's true. You get that hot, almost X-ray angle. Keyboarding, truly the sussiest hobby. Oh my, I got some lube on my hands. You could do a whole like vaguely naughty ASMR just based on literally just building a keyboard. They really said, but what if it was like super horny though as a bit? It's true. It's so true. It's not our fault that we have to use electrical supplies, okay? And that there's so many, I mean, it's mechanical, right? So we're dealing with like the basics of mechanics, right? So that's like lever systems, you know, things going up and down, in and out, around, right? I'm gonna give you the good shot, right? We're gonna get the good angle in there. Ah, that's so funny. I was going to try not to make jokes today. That apparently is a dream that I could not make real. I would absolutely do your nerd girlfriend builds a keyboard for her first time gone wrong. Gone sussy ASMR. I feel like someone's probably done it accidentally. Like they've made the joke while they were building it, but like not as a planned event, right? That's what I think. I know a couple of VTubers, and I mean, obviously also other content creators, but I feel like VTubers are more likely to veer in that direction. I know a couple of VTubers who do board builds. And like, that's great. And I'm sure that they've done it by accident, but the moxie it would take to plan it on purpose and script it. would put money into the Ko-fi to download the VOD. Oh my god. Please actually go in to the correct hole. Thank you. Oh my god. I will say there are an uncomfortable amount of things that I've said both while using a strap and while building a keyboard that align way too easily. Just speaking on general life experiences. Who made this hobby? Who did another wrong? Who made this hobby? Who did this? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, if we're lucky, I won't have to re-dip in for more. I think I've got enough to do both. Okay. That did actually go in where it was supposed to go. Cool. Great. Do I need a little? I do need a little more. I need a little more lube. And if we're lucky, we won't have any ticking. I want to save like as much as possible, but this particular lube is like very stubborn to get out of things, so we shall see. We shall see. Okay, here we go. We did it. So let me put this away. Gonna clean this off a little more thoroughly. And my fingers too, because they're covered in lube. Okay. So now we have the PCB proper. I'm not gonna say this is the majority of the things to put into, you know what? Do I have to, it might be easier for me to just cut these. Essentially, that's the most difficult part for me personally. Can I even? I'm so scared. You're supposed to be able to just bend it and snap. I don't know if I trust myself that much, actually. Never mind. Okay, yeah, that's easier for me. I'm just gonna do that. There, it's perforated, so it's kind of hard to fuck up, to be honest. Come on, get in there. And then do like a tiny bit of cleanup. All right, there we go. And now we do it on the other side. Ooh, that's a pretty green. Yeah, I think it is. I don't think I've ever seen traces on a PCB that were this color green. Which is interesting because the board itself is red. Wedge yourself in there, my boy. I need these clippers to have more determination. I almost said that gap's not gonna fill itself, but I see the real issue is that there's no hope for me specifically. It's me, I am the problem. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So let's just start putting these bad boys in there. I'm gonna use this to pinch while I get it into the holes. See if that'll help me a little bit. These are just clip-ins, so there's no screws or anything on them. Some stabilizers have screws that you can do, and I've used those types before. The Owlab stabs, I really love those. I use those for a long time. But I just bought a bunch of cherries to try to save money, like OG cherry housings. There we go. The TLDR is they are a more classical, I guess, sort of housing. There we go. That's all the way in there. Is that all the way in there? It is. Cool. All right, so let's do it again with feeling. Someone had to be sitting down and realize that there's simply no way to talk about keyboards in a way that isn't sussy. I mean, at this point, it's an ongoing joke in the community, and they're so old. Whoever the first person is that, like, it occurred to about this, they're probably pretty old, to be honest. There's people who have been, like, in this hobby since trying to, like, find vintage boards to, like, refurbish them and stuff. Come on. Oh, man, don't be difficult. Don't be difficult. Not when I'm literally on camera. All right. Okay, there we go. Oof, I had to get a different leverage angle to get that in there. Get. Okay, that went a little easier. Okay, so then 1, 2, 3, yeah. Oh shit. Hopefully these won't be as difficult. Oh, I also need to look and see if they marked the PCB for which holes were which in terms of how to align the bottom row. I've put together some cool boards where the manufacturer did actually mark, hey, if you want this layout, this is where you would put your switches for this bottom row. And that's super duper helpful. Let's look and see. Does this tell me? It does not tell me. So I guess we'll have to put that shit together ourselves, huh? Which is like, fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, pros and cons to how different people make their boards. Some people don't think about it when they make the PCBs to mark them like that. Alrighty, let's, this next one goes this way, which is what I thought. Oh shit. Fuck. Am I doing it the wrong? I sure am doing it the wrong way. I'm so smart. I'm so fucking smart. Lumi, the best keyboard builder ever. There's so much lube on these fucking stabs, like. My hope is that with the amount of lube I put on them, I won't have to make any adjustments after I build the first time. Would be nice. Get in there. Thank you for doing your civic duty. I feel like half of the time when I stream, it's me pleading with my stabilizers to not be difficult. I feel like Digco can attest. I've definitely had some bratty boards. The brattiest board I've ever built, whose stabs were like fucking me up, was actually a board that's named after. That's actually named after her. All right, and last stab piece goes here. I see there's a row of LEDs here, so that'll be interesting. At this point, I own so many boards, I have forgotten what the design pitch was for the TKD Cycle 8. Okay. All right, now hopefully I didn't push too hard on any of these. All right, so we've got that together. So let me toss some of this. Not sure where that cough came from. No, I accidentally put splooge lube all over my hands. I am the biggest brat. Yes. Also, that emote is so charming. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, we're just gonna do probably the, I think this board was less than 202, but also less. Oh, that reminds me, Denko, you're here. I'll show you my newest baby real quick before I move on to building this. I ended up swapping some of the color palettes around on a couple of boards when I built a new one. So let me show you. So I had a board that was named Vithril, and I ended up swapping the keycaps that I had on him to this new board. So I am going to swap the name that I had for this board with the other one. So this is Vithril now. This is like a smidgen more purple than it looks on stream. Like the tiniest bit, like I don't think you can barely tell. This is like almost accurate. And it has these two little buttons here. You can like click them. Let's see if I can. I don't know if you can hear it on the mic. Let me just. So that's the button clicking, but. So it's got a little plus and minus button here. It's got these little XT columns and whatnot. And the best part is the back. Skadoosh! Look at that back. Great. Fantastic. No notes. That's hot. That's a hot board. That's a CEO from Romance Webtoon board. I actually agree. I think the star on the back like really like locks it in. Like if someone built this differently with maybe like a paler white gray set of keycaps or something, or if you put red on this, I think you could theme this keyboard after the characters from Love and Deep Space. I think it could be done. And so the original keycaps that I put on that board, I moved over to a different board, so they swapped names. So, God, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I want to play Love and Deep Space so bad. Yeah, but it takes so much time and effort to unlock the scenes. So the name of this board now is Procyon. That was the name my friend picked for the other board, but since I ended up swapping their color palettes and it made such a huge difference. This is also purple, but it looks very blue on screen. I am not 100% sure if you can tell how purple it is. Yeah, I guess you can tell a little bit. You can tell a little bit that it's purple. Because, like, by comparison, these are all purple. They look kind of bluish, though. There's definitely more blue shining through. I wonder if I can change that. Hang on. Let me see if I can, like, adjust my lighting. Try to get it a little accurate. A little more accurate, actually. Oh, that's too warm, maybe. I feel like that's better. Yeah, I feel like that's better. I have no clue what else that alters. Adjusting the color like that. That's all right. Let's see. This is alcohol. Ignore that it's alcohol. Okay, that green shows up okay. And then I have this little Minecraft light here, which I'll just... It lights up! Look at it go. Yeah, that's mostly accurate. I think I can keep it like that, probably. Much better, yeah. I think that's purple. Let's see, I have this here. It's dusty. Yeah. That definitely looks more accurate. This is still coming off a little blue, but it's definitely better than before. The true test is this thing. This is my magnet tray. You can tell I haven't used my desk in a while because it's so dusty. But this is my magnet tray. And it is blue. It is a navy blue color. So, okay. I think it's showing up at least more accurate than before. So that's good. Love that for me, actually. And it doesn't seem to affect the desk mat too much. I can see this pink right here. It still looks accurate. That's mostly what I'm worried about, just like color accuracy. So, yeah. Okay. Just to bring the boy back on screen so we can try to see. It's still, oh my God, it's still so blue. I think because this is like saturated periwinkle, we're probably not gonna get this. But I am happy that this shows up as more purple now, so that's fine. Yeah, there's like the tiniest hint of purple in here, but the camera's not gonna pick it up. I think this is a hard color for a camera to pick up. And this still looks dark blue, so that's great. So that's it. Procyon and Vithrel is the other one. The one I'm building today, like I said, will be named Akzeriuth. So that's gonna be great. All right, so let me look at these accessories. I gotta grab the foam. I'm just gonna use the plate foam. Oh, maybe I should, I wonder if I should just use case foam and see how that works. I've heard that this board is really good without all the foams, but I'm just not sure if I believe it, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm just not sure if I believe it. Also, it has plastic backing on the back. Do you stick the... I wonder, do you stick, because I'm gonna show you, hang on. The case foam has this sheen on it, right? So I'm wondering if it's meant to permanently be stuck to the bottom. Because I can't fucking... I don't even know. I don't know if it's like meant to come apart. I'm trying to get it off and I don't think I can. So maybe it's actually not meant to be pulled apart. I'm just gonna show me trying to get it to come off. I feel like if it was meant to come off, I would get more of an edge. I would catch more of an edge here. So maybe it just goes in exactly like that on the bottom. I'm thinking that that's probably the case. So I wonder if I can get away with just this on the bottom and no foam in here. Those two boards should date. Oh my God. Not those two boards should date. That's crazy. They might. I was talking to Dinko about this the other day. This is like the craziest shit ever, to be honest. But I was talking to Dinko about the possibility of like paying an artist to do like character concepts for each of my boards. Because so many of them have reached their final forms, right? Yeah, I'm going to make your boards people and I'm going to make them smooch. I have an artist that I could do. That could do it. But it really comes down to... I guess I'll say whether or not I can amass the funding. Okay, so we have a PC plate. This is dark for a PC plate. I'm used to it being clear. So that's interesting enough. And flip. Cool. Now I would need my switch fork to get these in. Surely it's down in here, this here drawer. Yes. So the switches I'm using today, assuming that I have enough, are these Tecsee Ice Milks. I'm tempted to check and see. In terms of do I have enough, because I usually keep a spreadsheet with information about if I have enough of what I need. Let's see. Pink Robin's Ice Milk. It says that I had 90 in here, but this doesn't look like 90 to me. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm misjudging. I gotta get all of these Glarsis purple MX switches out of here. Maybe I do have 90 and I just don't know what 90 looks like. If I do have 90, I should have more than enough. Maybe this is 90. Maybe I'm just crazy. Could be possible. Glarsis spotted. Yes, I love Glarsis. I immediately ran, crying, screaming, throwing up to grab some of these switches. And they are in one of my boards, just chilling, being great. Maybe these are 90. Maybe I'm just so out of touch, right, that I don't know what 90 switches looks like. Let's see. So that's 5. 9, 10. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I'm just out of touch. It's not me. It's the children who are out of touch. Because I don't think I would have this many left over from putting them in a board. 5, 10. So that's 30. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's like 40. Let's see. Did I give some to somebody? 50. 60. We're still at 70, so I probably can have enough to put in here. 70. Maybe there's 88. I might have given somebody some to try. But it's definitely more than 80. So yeah, okay, close enough. I just had to make sure. It just looked like such a small amount to me. All right, so let's get going putting these bad boys in here. I'm just gonna start on this side and then we'll work our way over. I have tried to do this in several other different ways. Like I've tried to do like anchor switches whenever I'm doing something without foam. And I don't know, it just doesn't do the thing. It does not spark joy. I still end up having to press in a lot of switches or pull up the plate. So I'm just gonna do it with the tuning fork from one end to the other. It basically what I'm saying is because of the pressure you put down on the plate when you're putting these in, it kind of doesn't even matter if you've got a anchor switches in or not. It actually just does not help to the degree that you'd think it would. Unfortunately. Do I want to just go in like this? Yeah, I could do that. We've had so many Zelda jams on this playlist. There's so many. Okay. Now, if we're lucky, I'll be able to put this together and we won't have any weird issues with bent switch pins. Sometimes I can feel it when it goes in wrong, but sometimes I can't. It honestly depends on the material, the switch, the material of the plate and how it's cut. So like when you have tighter tolerances on the plate, it's harder to tell because all the switches are gonna have to snap in for you to get them in the plate anyway. So them snapping in hard isn't necessarily a good indicator of if they've gone in all the way. If I'm paranoid, usually I will actually grab a switch remover, pull it out, and then just double check and then put it back in there. Because I'd rather do it the one time, right, than, I don't know. This is gonna be a problem. I'd rather do it the one time, pull it out and pull it back in, than have issues. Oof. Can I get this? No. Okay. What I might be able to do is... nope. Can't do that either. Sheesh. I'm gonna put this in up top here to hold the plate. There we go. We'll just do it like that. Ayo. Yes. Hello. How are you, Dead King? We are here with another build. I know I said we weren't gonna do another build. I know. I said the next time we stream, it would be a game, but that's just not how life is. Ah, man, how are you feeling? I know you were sick. I was wondering how your recovery was going. I almost want to test this to see if the switches are in there, or if the, you know what, we'll do the bottom row real quick, and then I'll have to go and test to see if the keycaps fit correctly. Hello everyone, hope you guys are having a good day. First time chatter, that onion. Hello, how are you? We are building a board today. You can hit that hot today or the hot build command to see what it is that we're building. Goodness gracious. This, should I still just, I feel like I definitely put some of these in the wrong spot. Shotgun bottle row is always so hard to me. I never know which slots to put the things in. Get up, come on, all right. Let me remove this and put it in the far. I'm sure I've done it wrong anyway, but I'm gonna test it. I have like some other keycaps I can test with. I've never seen a comb for the keys make sense though. It's been a game changer, my dude. When you're building without foam, definitely helpful. Question is, did I put the switches where they need to go for Sangam Row? Don't know. We're gonna check. Look, the day you don't do a keyboard stream is the day I get real. Hey, I play games too. I read stories on stream sometimes too. Dead King, don't be like this. We have new company. I'm pouting. I'll start thinking you've been replaced with some doppelganger. Yes, if I show up and I'm like, I'm never doing a keyboard stream again. Well, I mean, either I've run out of money or I'm or I'm being replaced by an alien. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab like some random keycaps to see if I can test the placement of these keys. I found a fully intact, untouched keycap set. Shock and awe. So now we gotta see. Is Sangan 1.5 or let's see. Love Shore next run when? Okay, listen. I want to do it soon, actually. I want to do it soon. I think these might be a little too long for what I want here, actually. Yeah. Okay. So we know that would go here in theory, right? Let me just balance that there. So we're probably looking for these. Yeah. Okay, so it would be this. Come on, get on there. Okay, and that fits flush to the end. So that's probably correct. Then that fits there. Okay. So I think I did it right on this side, maybe. Yes, maybe, yeah. Yeah, yes. Yeah, because this is the 1.75. Yeah. Okay. So I did do that correct here. Now let's look and see, did I do it correct on the other side? I feel like the answer is maybe no. This is not the set that's going on this, by the way. I just didn't want to open that package yet. So I probably did it right. Probably. Those keys are so rad. Yeah, so these are SLK Desau, which were like basically a new proposed. Oh, Likey inspired. I love that guy. He's the composer for this song. Can I get it on the damn Switch? Jesus. Oh my god, the tolerances are so small for this. There we go. Okay, maybe I didn't fuck it up and I did do it right. Oh my god, I think I did it right. Holy shit. I think I did it right. So SLK Desau is a really cool new profile. SLK is whatever you want to call this with the little circular thing up top. I have not found a board to put this on yet, but I do actually really like these. There's like a couple of yellow and red accent keys that are really dope. Like that's the red escape. And there is a yellow key somewhere here. Here we go. There's a yellow escape if I can get it out of here. Here we go. Very yellow. It's giving like egg yolk color almost. So, still looking for a board to put these on. I might have a board to put these on. It's between this set and there's one other set. I bought the Han the Hans 80 TKL, which is like a very avant-garde looking board. I'm just gonna throw that to the side for now. I must away for party members or matters. It was wonderful hearing your voice as it always is. I send you many, many butterfly kisses across the aether and some real ones too. Oh, thank you. Chat gets kisses for free because Denko's great. I did actually want to align this so I could figure out if this goes on the left or the right. It goes on the right. So I love that for me. Please enjoy your party. Try not to have too many windows open because I know you. I know your MO is basically to just keep my stream open and mute the tab. I appreciate the support, but don't get in trouble, okay? Alrighty, how do I want to do this? I think this is supported enough for me to get this switch in here, yeah. So this would be the right shift. This is going to be enter, and then this will be backspace, essentially. And hopefully we'll be almost done with this board. It's supposed to be a quick build. I know I've been streaming for 2 hours, but I've also been gabbing for 2 hours, taking time to stop and do things instead of just tackling everything all together at once without stopping. I was telling this to Glitched Perspective before they took off earlier. But keyboards are just so easy to build now. They definitely, for sure, have made it so much easier for people to make and buy boards. The board that I showed off earlier with the cool back, that board took me, I think, a little under 2 hours to build. And part of the reason why that is because, come on, get in there. There we go. Is because it's catch ball system for how you open and close it. So you basically don't have to fiddle around with any screws. There's not really any adjustments to be made. The mounting style is gasket, so putting those on only took like a few minutes. They've just made it so easy to make boards and build boards now. I think that's one of the best things to come out of like the pandemic bubble, is that it's actually just easier to fucking build a board now. It is legitimately just easier to get a kit, get all the things you need. People don't have to lube their switches anymore. Oh, that felt weird. Did that pin bend? Come on, give it to me. Oh, no, actually straight. Just a weird slot. Cool. And I love that. I love that for people who have been interested in the hobby for quite some time, who just didn't realize that they could. Basically that they could do it. And having this leg up into, I didn't have to struggle to build my board, kind of builds their confidence to be able to say like, okay, now that I have a board that's functional, if I wanted to build a board, how would I do it? I think that that stepping stone is super duper great. So let's try to finish this up as quickly as possible. Fingers crossed that just with the case foam, this will sound good. That board that I showed off that I just built, the Polygon 7, sounds so good with no foam in it. I took a chance and bought it without the foam pack. They were so confident that it was gonna sound good that they did not provide foam in the base pack for the board to help keep costs down. And they tried to design it so that it wouldn't need it. And I feel like I can confirm it sounds really good without foams. I tried a couple of different switch sets with it, partially because I was just being selfish about what I wanted in there. and like matching up the themes and colors of my switches because I'm vain like that. But I ended up putting the pink robins in there from Keeps for All, and they sound good. It depends on the keycaps too. I swapped to the GMK keycaps, and it sounds completely different on those same switches as than they did with the PBT caps because they're thicker. Made a huge difference in the sound. Probably because it didn't have any foam in it. But both of them sounded good. The PBT sounded more robust with that board. And I know that some people would prefer that, but I like the way that it currently sounds. Fingers crossed that this one too will sound good. I'll be just a tiny bit annoyed if I have to take this apart just to put foam in it, but I'm not above doing it. Oh. I keep forgetting because I have like 2 Cycle 7s. I keep forgetting that this is not a Cycle 7 and there's an Ephra. There's literally an Ephra. All right, Lumi, get it together. Get your head in the game. Oh my gosh. Oh, that felt weird. That felt weird. Oh yeah, that was definitely weird. That leg did not go in. Somehow. Oh good lord. Alright. Well, I'm gonna sit that one over there. Cause I fucked that one up. So we're not there with that one. Okay, that was much better. Hopefully I still have enough switches without that one. For the amount of switches that I have, I think like 85, I should be able to get them into this board no problem with maybe not much left over. I'm wondering if I see. I wonder if I gave away some as a sample because these switches used to be in a different board. I pulled them out. Usually when I have leftovers, I will keep them in a jar for like, here's a sample of every switch that I have kind of thing. Just in case I come across anybody who wants to know like the differences between switches and stuff like that. As the local person who has invested checks notes way too much money into this hobby, I usually try to save other people money. And usually that's by just sharing all the shit that I have. Tools, if I have extras of tools, because a lot of kits come with the tools that you need to put it together now. So I have like 1 million switch pullers, I have like 1 million keycap pullers, and stuff like that. So when it comes to switches, instead of having people, you know, it's a very tactile hobby. You kind of have to feel and hear what it is that's going on with the board to know if you like it or not. People don't know if they like heavy switches or light switches. People don't know if they actually enjoy the clack beyond like a 5-second reel, right? You have to actually test a board for like a day or two to see if you can adjust to the sound. Because everyone wants like one of those teardrop Thaki boards until they go to work or they have like a partner or kids or whatever who are just like, that sounds awful. Why are you doing this to me? Do we want stepped caps? That's a good question. Do we want stepped caps? Let me look at some of my 70%, or I guess technically 80%. I keep wanting to put this in the same group as my 70s, but it isn't. I could probably do step caps on this one. Let's see. I have so many 70s. I love the 70% so much. Okay, so this 80 has stepped caps. What about some of my other ones? Does this one have stepped caps? It does not. So it's like one in each category, I guess. This one does. This is a 75 and it does not. This one does not. Maybe I'll do step caps for this one. It seems pretty even on if my 75 slash TKLs have step caps or not. I don't know. Step caps is cool. I don't know what to say. Step caps is cool, and not every board has the compatibility to give you step caps. So I'm just used to just being like, step caps, don't mind if I do. Like, I don't want to make it seem like every single board I have in every single size just like does step caps for the lulz. But I do enjoy a good step cap. I do enjoy a good step cap. I think we're gonna go step cap on this one. I don't even think this board has a special one. I think we're just gonna do it for the plot. I know it has a step cap, so we're just gonna do it. We're doing it for the plot. Who's gonna stop me? And then like some cheaper keycap sets, they also don't come with stepped caps. So there is also that. Sometimes it truly is a privilege to be able to have what you want, even in the world of customs. All right, let me swap to this side because it's gonna be a little easier for me to put these in here. Oh man. So I do have upcoming keyboard projects because I just can't help myself and I'm irresponsible. I was saying earlier, I bought some projects in advance of when I was planning to, just because of the issues with like the tariffs and stuff. I definitely got some emails from some specific vendors that pretty much let everybody know up front. They've talked to their logistics folks and they anticipate issues with being able to provide boards without the tariff upcharge because of how they're made. And I'm sure that there's like some kind of loopholes that exist. Like I know the $800 declaration for small goods is what everybody is kind of banking on. But one of the materials that was specifically picked and targeted for, you know, the tariffs and whatever, was aluminum specifically. And this is not like a political rant or anything. I'm not doing that. But I did want to just, if you're in the hobby and you weren't sure if it was going to be affected, it definitely is, like, for sure. Absolutely. Especially because the keyboards are goods that are so expensive. Osume is one of the brands that reached out and let everybody know about the upcharge. Everything's been postponed, right? Of course, due to talks and negotiations and stuff. But if the tariffs are not like completely put off, then you definitely are going to be paying extra for some keyboard supplies. Saying all that to say that I went ahead and bought a couple of my more expensive purchases early because I would actually rather, oh my god, not you telling me, not my PCB telling me I have exactly the number of switches I need. That's crazy. Let's see. I've got, well, let me do this one first. Literally exactly, that's crazy. I'm sure I could scrounge a couple more from like my spares box because I feel like that's probably what happened with these. I probably had a couple spare ones after I put them into a first board, and then when I took them out, I didn't take out the extras. But that's lucky for me. Lucky for me. So let me put this very last one in here. And then we'll move to mounting, and then from there, everything else. There's only one ribbon cable, so this next part should be pretty quick, honestly. Sheesh. There we go. All right, so this is our completed PCB. I'm not against splitting switch types in a board. I just usually try not to do it. I feel like for me, the consistency that people talk about with switches is usually negligible to my personal fingers, but I also type with partial nails, right? So I can't feel the same thing that other people feel, right? But I can feel the difference in like spring weight and that kind of stuff. So I usually try to keep all the stuff to the same board if I can. If I can manage that, that's usually what I do. I'm going to put this mask on super quick because I know that this keyboard has a very shiny black weight. It's gonna show off my face if I turn it upside down, and I don't want to have to deal with it. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'll put the beans on there too. Let me put the beans. Let's do the beans first. $220. We're making good time, in my opinion. Oh shoot. So I have this board to build. My Papa Lumi asked me to build a board for him, so that's something I have to do. He wanted a 100% board with all the fixins. He does fancy number things, so he was like, it's gotta have a numpad. I can't accept lower than 100%. And I was like, that's crazy. He saw my Haven TKL and said, can you just sell me that one? And I was like, absolutely the fuck not. Like, sell it for what? I can't get it back. The project's over. But luckily, also, the QK company, QWERTY Keys, that group, they came out with a QK 101. They actually did a couple of, like, I think they did a 98% where it was missing a couple of the navigation keys, and then they did a full 100 where there's an optional screen you can put in instead of some of the navigation. But with that said, I managed to convince Papa Lumi to invest in that. So that stream will be coming up soon. Okay, let's grab the actual board. At first, I wanted to try to do 2 builds in one day and make an attempt at a second board after this one. But I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna have that much time. Okay, so this is the very reflective weight. You can see my glasses in there. I do wear those. Very reflective, giving very elegant. Okay, so at this point, let me just upside down. Silly me. Cool. Oh, that's cute. They have a little cutout. So let me put this ribbon cable in. This is gonna be a thing, isn't it? Oh, Lord. Does it actually just plug in? Or can you flip it up like usual? Okay, you can't flip it up. Okay, I was about to say. So let's... This is just gonna be a time. I I never do well with these, like almost ever. Okay, let me try it from the side because that might make it easier for me, and then we can call it a day. Nope. Jesus Christ. Okay. I see that what we're gonna do is have a time with this. Two. Okay. So if I flip it up like that, maybe this should probably be easier for me. It's not. The cable portion is always the portion that gets on my fucking nerves. Not that it's their fault at all. It's just they're building the thing the best that they can. It's just with my nails and everything, there's only like so much I can do. Okay, all right. We got mostly it lined up. I just need to get it in there. Hopefully, I won't have to embarrassingly watch a video of someone else putting their fucking ribbon cable in. How in is in? That's the real question. How in is in? That's not in. Jesus Christ. Okay, but I'm so close. I'm so close to having it on the inside. Oh, well played. Yeah. My dad's been trying to buy my builds for a while. He's just like, but you have so many. What do you even use them for? I'm like, I use them. I do actually rotate out of my boards every once in a while. Okay. All right. This, not working. So, I'm gonna try to do it this way so I can see it go in. And hopefully that will help me. That slot is so, it's so thin. It's so thin. Please actually go inside. Is this like the wrong way? It literally cannot be. It literally cannot be the wrong way. Oh my god. I see. We've had a good build this entire time. So naturally there had to be like something that was gonna fuck me up, right? Oh my god. I just need to see which side of the ribbon actually goes in there. It's usually pins down, but I'm not sure because it's not going in there. Oh my god. When I feel like I've got it in there and it's lined up, it's like, no. Maybe I'm doing this the wrong way. Maybe I'm doing this the wrong way. Let me double check. I spun that around twice. Okay. Maybe the problem is me. Maybe that's the issue. It's me, I'm the problem. Let's try it on the other end. Okay. So the good news is I do think I was trying to put it in on the wrong side. And that's just on me being stupid because there was something that looked like a slot there. So now my question is, is it this way that it goes in? Pins up? That would be easier, theoretically. Let's look at this. Okay, it does look like it's pins up, and it does look like it goes on this end. So I think I am actually just stupid. And that's cool, that's fine. The fact that this playlist is playing XXX Tentacion right now is like crazy to me. Can I get you to go in to the fucking slot? No. I sure can't. So is it the other way? Is it this way with the pins down? Oh my God. If I have to look up someone putting in a fucking... If I have to look up someone putting in a ribbon cable, I'm gonna feel so embarrassed. But I feel like that's what I'm gonna end up having to do. I feel like I'm gonna end up looking up someone putting... someone putting the fucking ribbon cable in here. Okay. If this is the correct end, it should literally be this. It should literally be this end. I should be able to stick it in here, and it should be able to go all the way in there. But I've tried it both ways, and it actually just will not go in. And that's nuts. That's crazy to me. No. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to look up somebody freaking... I'm gonna have to look up someone freaking putting this in. Hang on a second. Okay. I definitely have to look it up. I definitely have to look it up. That's crazy. I know which end it goes in on, and I've tried both sides. It really does look like it is the pins up, but that's like crazy that it won't go in either way. But at least if I see how it goes in with someone else, it'll make it easier to be confident about pushing or pulling any cords, because I don't want to fuck it up, is the thing. If I fuck up any of the pins, it'll be a problem, right? So let's see. Alex Odos did a video. So let's see if we can see him putting the ribbon cable together. It might skip past it and I might have to look up something else, but we'll see. I just need to know what end goes in. What end is it? Oh, and I did forget the O-rings were here. Maybe I should do the O-rings. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Do they actually show him putting the cord in? I think so. They showed most of it. Okay. Let's see. Did we get? Oh, they skipped it, I think. Yeah, I think it is supposed to go in. Let's see. It really does look like the slot is on the other side here. There's not much to push into here. So my guess is that it does slot in this way. Because it does look like that. I just needed to actually get in there and sit in there. It does look like it's in. Okay. All right. I think I did it somehow. That video did not 100% help me do it, but I'm glad I figured it out. All right. So I think this is, oh shit. I think this is it. Now that I know that it has O-rings, I kind of want to do the O-rings now. I won't have to necessarily take the cord out to do that. So now I'm wondering if I should do the O-rings. That took 6 minutes to figure out. That's crazy. You know what? Since we tried it with just the foam at the bottom, we're gonna try out the O-rings. I'm gonna take these out. We're gonna try the O-rings. We're gonna see how it sounds with the O-rings. If I hate it, then I don't know. If I hate it, then we'll put the gaskets back in. Gaskets are most of the boards that I have right now. So I'm willing to try something new, at least in terms of how this comes together. Oh, shit. All right, so I got that one last bean. Come on, there we go. Okay, and I wanna make sure, all right, the ribbon is still attached, so that's good news. I'm gonna put these beans back in here. We're gonna try to do these O-ring bits. So I think I should be fine as long as I hold it like this, because then there's no stress right on the, oh. It came out the other side. That's worse, arguably. You know what? We'll put the O-rings on first and then we'll figure it out. At least I know which way it goes in now. So it could be worse. Sorry, I want to make sure the traces are good. It looks like they are though. So fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Since I haven't done, I think I only have one other board that's O-ring. No, that's not true. I've gotten more of them recently. Out of maybe like close to 50 boards, I think maybe 4 of them are O-rings, not including this one. So I have the Baldur 65, the glass one. That one has O-rings. I also have the Array, which is another 65, and that is an O-ring. And then I also have the Snake 60. That's the Bratty board that was named after Denko when she was in here. And that one has an O-ring. So I think that's 3. I think, oh. Okay, no, I got them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. So let me, the question is, am I gonna get this back in here? I actually think the answer is no. I'm gonna pull this out. And I'm gonna just put this back in here. I could try to finagle it, but I feel like I'm just making it hard for myself by doing it that way. I feel like what I should do is just make sure it's in there. Boop. Oh, no, it's not all the way in there. We literally just did this. Please, sir. Okay, I can see the opening. I see we're just at the Struggle Bus Olympics here with this cord. This is up. It's not obscuring it. It's not in the way. I just have to literally get this into the hole. Get into the hole. Thank you. Nope, stay there. Oh, good Lord. It came up like at the corner. Like right there. Yeah, okay. Cool. No, apparently we are not cool. This is nuts. Hang on, let me see if I can get this shit back in there. Maybe my nails are like too thick. Let's see if I can push it down this way. Okay, yeah, that is the issue. My nails are actually too thick. So, cool. I can get it in now, but I'm gonna have to use the tweezers to lock it in. And that is quite delicate work. So, we're gonna try to do it on camera, but I might not be able to. If I have to take this thing apart to do it, I will, but my preference would be to not have to do it. Is it this end on this side? Yes, okay. This is the end that goes on this side. Cool. And then what I can do is put this here, squish that down. Come on, come down. Calm down. There we go. Cool, great. Love that. Love that for me. We sure did do it. And then hopefully we can do the same thing here. Let me reorient myself because this is like the thing, right? Trying to figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. The ribbon cables they just be getting me, dog. They just get me. I just suck at ribbon cables. I hate ribbon cables. They are the worst. I have so many boards that I've struggled with that had ribbon cables, and I'm just like, God, why did you do this to me specifically? Okay, cool. So I think we got it. Cool, we did it. Oh shit. The wrong side, no. There we go. I was wondering, I was like, why didn't the O-rings line up? And that was my first clue. Okay. Oh no, I didn't put the, oh no. I didn't put the thing. All right. Now that I've got like the gist of it, I think I can reasonably put this back without any issues, and the world can like still be okay. So let me attempt this real quick, and hopefully I'll be able to put this back. Do I wanna, you know what, actually, I'm gonna do this the way I did it last time because I don't wanna fuck up. I don't wanna fuck up things for myself. I feel like that's what I'm gonna do. I could do it, but we're not gonna rush. We're gonna take our time. We're gonna get the things in where they're supposed to be. And then we're gonna finish up this build because it's been way too long with me fiddling with a fucking ribbon cable. Nintendo Wii Shop. It's just such a good theme. Very much a banger. Cool. Another thing that's interesting about this particular cable is that and I know my big ass head is in the way. The clasp for this one does not go up as far as the other one, which is very interesting to me specifically. Please close. Okay. So we should be Gucci at this point. Let me connect. Let's see. Now the question, of course, is are we plugged in? We should be plugged in. But I don't see any lights, which is kind of a problem. So it makes me wonder if I fucked up the connection, because there should be lights coming on. That's crazy. And this clearly goes in there. This is like clearly where the cable goes. This is weird and I don't like it. Okay. So let me see if I can feed this into the slot, and then hopefully we'll have something to show for it. I'm looking at the pins. I'm looking at all these things. It seems fine to me. There doesn't seem to be an issue to me personally. The only other thing I can think of, like the pins look fine, nothing looks like particularly damaged. The only thing I can think of is that maybe this end of the ribbon cable is in the wrong way, maybe. Like maybe it has to go down this way. But I severely doubt it, to be honest. Yeah, no. It is not playing ball with that. Like, trying to get this in on that side is like not a thing. So I don't think it's that. And I don't think I got a dud ribbon cable. So maybe I have to make sure they're in a specific like amount. Maybe they're not all the way in. Yeah, I definitely felt that go in actually. You can feel the pin slot into where they're supposed to be. Here. Yep, and then when you close it, it looks fine. So my guess is that there's something about how it's gone in here that's weird. I'm not sure. Breeze through the rest of the build and then choke on the fucking ribbon cable. Great. Love that for me. The only thing I can think of other than that is that because this goes in on the side with this as a slot, maybe here it is supposed to also go in on this side. So I'm just essentially haven't been doing it right. But there's almost no place for this to slot in easily. It literally is not slotting in easily. We'll try the other side here. Just to see if I'm just like super wrong. But nope, still not sliding in actually. But it does slot in here. It does in fact slot in here. So I don't know. And that's very interesting to me that it slots in here. And you can feel it slotting in there. So like the idea that the something's incorrect about how it's oriented, because if it wasn't right, it would be actually on, but it's not on. So build guide it is. I definitely tried it, but I don't think it's gonna work that way. Let me unplug that. I'm gonna try one more time, guys, before I look it up, because this is crazy. I feel like this music is clowning me, high key. All right. So we got that there. Plug it in. No. No. Apparently not. Ooh, Persona. So, nope, none of that. None of this is happening. I don't know if there's like an on switch or anything. Oh, hang on. Nope, okay. I thought I saw something flash on the screen earlier. But, let's see. I am so depressed. I'm a part of their Discord. Let me see if their Discord has like the instructions, I guess, on how to like build guide for it. It probably does. Usually they do. Okay, let's see. Cycle 8. They do have a build guide pinned, I think. Okay, let's see, confirmed. I can't remember if I got the wired or not. I see there's a really tiny reset button. I think the wired ones have switches on them. I just want to make sure I'm looking at everything before I start troubleshooting. Okay. Shipping. No power switch on the wireless one. Shipping soon. They don't have like an actual build guide. Let's see. Which is whack. There is like an in-depth build from Simon, Black Simon. I'm not sure who's familiar with him, but he does like cool keyboard stuff. So let's see if I can bug his version of it to see how he does it, basically. I've never had this much trouble with the ribbon cable, to be honest. Like, I've definitely struggled with ribbon cables, but I haven't had this much issue with ribbon cables. So let's see. Okay, so he's got basically the way he's got it standing is straight up the way that I was doing it before. So maybe I was putting it in the wrong way. Somehow. I don't know. Okay. Okay, no, he definitely did it the way I did it. So it's like... Okay, I want to make sure He definitely put it in this way. I'm literally like watching him do it right now just to see. So I want to make sure that I've got it on the right way. He did also take these loose to test it first. So that would be cool if he showed that one more time. So I'm going to rewind it and watch. He took the whole daughter board out of this. Like he took the whole thing apart to like make sure everything was plugged in correctly and everything. And that's a little nuts. So let me see if I can find that moment where he does stuff with the cord. Normally I would just like, I guess pull it up and show it on screen, but I've been at this so long. I would like to maybe not struggle that much. Oh, okay. They gave it to him fully disassembled. That's why he ended up having it apart to put together. So it does look like this short end here does go on this end here. And oh, with the daughter board, he did put it in. Let's see. I'm gonna rewind it a little more. I'm not sure if it was in the right way here. It definitely seems like the end that's on the daughter board here is supposed to be with this blue side up, which might explain why I couldn't get it to turn on if it's supposed to be this way. So let's see if I can just take my time and put this in correctly. Yeah, and he did put it that side down. That is what he did. Okay. Okay, my guy, I will trust you. Somehow. We'll see. Obviously, if the cable's in the wrong way, it's not gonna work, so hopefully I just fucked it up when I was putting it back in. And we can just do this and call it a day. Okay, it did actually go in on that side, so that's nice. So I think I just put the cable in on the wrong end over here, and that's part of the reason why I wasn't reading. I hate ribbon cables. I hate them so fucking much. I cannot explain to you how much I fucking hate ribbon cables. So if that's the case, I want to make sure it's both sides with the blue end up, and I think so. Yeah, so blue end up on that side. He didn't even put this in with the cord oriented the way. Okay, cool. I'm actually just not gonna worry about it too much. Essentially we want to go in on this side. I had it oriented correctly. I was putting it in on that side that wasn't correct. So hopefully I can just do that, put this bad boy in there and call it a day, and not have to look at another fucking ribbon cable again until I get another unfortunate project that uses them. I've heard Alex Odos also say he doesn't like ribbon cables. I just don't. It's just not easy to use them. They're just not that easy to use. And it's when they do the guides for these boards, they don't include like a here's how it should look photo all the time. Whoops, sorry, my headphones definitely knocked the fuck out of my mic. So that doesn't help, right? Like, I've seen some QWERTY keys ones that were like really good, and the QWERTY keys ones were like, here's what it is supposed to look like. But that's only recently also. Is this the Cantina? I think it is. For sure it is. Okay. All right. Okay. So maybe now, question mark, maybe now. Hey, that's exactly what it was. Love that for me. Cool, great, gotcha. I'm glad they at least had that video available on the Discord, because that's crazy. I don't know. As a person who doesn't, yikes. We're doing a lot here, guys. We're doing a lot here. Let me open up my keyboard checker and see if the keys are keying. It does appear like that is the case. Hey, hey, hey. I know I hit print. I didn't mean to. We're fine. All of these are working. All of these are working. Yeah. Okay. Windows on this side. Alt on this side. This is Windows? Let me refresh this real quick. This isn't doing anything. And then that's control. Is it oriented to have this be function? I wonder if that's the case. Let me double check. It does not list what it is supposed to be. So that means that what I'll have to do, yeah, okay, is like remap it, and that's fine. Let me finish checking the rest of the board. Cool. Oh, cool, we got it. Gotcha. Okay, everything works. Everything's fine, despite my fuck ups with the fucking cable. Let me take this out. Make sure this isn't bent. It is not. This is not a bent pin. So my guess is that this is the default for this is probably the regular outline. So my guess is this is alt, this is window. But since I did Sangam bottom row, I'll have to remap it. Cool, cool, cool. We love that. All right. So we've got all, oh, fuck. I've forgotten, because I'm stupid, that I wanted to have case foam in here. Do I have case foam in here? Sure don't. Sure don't. So let me put the case foam in here. Now that I've figured out how this is all supposed to be done. And I guess I'm gonna do my best to not freak out while I get this shit back in here. But at least I know how it's supposed to go in there this time. So other than the angle that I need to push this in, everything else should be cool. Cool, cool, cool. We did it. Very simple once I knew which way to actually orient the fucking cable. All right, so we're gonna put this on here. And that's basically it for the build. We were literally at the second to last part. Good Lord. There we go. It's in there. We did it. And then if I want to try to lift it up. Oh my God. We're going to, there we go. And then lift it like that. To me, it comes together in a part okay. I do have to push down to get it in there, so that's good. And then I'm going to plug this in just to make sure it's working still. Yep. So we got that here. Caps lock, because I pressed it earlier, is on. Everything's good. Great. Fantastic. So now, finally, keycaps. Sorry to chat. I was spiraling about my own keyboard building skill. Okay, now hopefully the red for GMK Redline is not too far off. I am not surprised that this is how they're oriented. I've kind of been throwing the box around. So we're just gonna go through and grab some of these cautiously, safely, and start putting these bad boys up on here. We're basically done with the build at this point. We just gotta put the keycaps on top. It's 3:12. We're making good progress. What I'm worried about is the sound at this point, because there's no foam in here other than paste foam. But I really want this to be a decent sounding board without all the foam trappings. Come on. Stop playing around. The outside is kind of pingy, but I don't know. When I'm pressing on the F row keys, it doesn't seem super pingy. I don't hear any pinging in that at all, honestly. They do have some built-in tape mod in here. There's basically, they put some small, I'm not sure if it's silicone or pour-on bumpers to like dampen the sound so that there's not as much metal on metal contact. Do we have an F13 here? No, we don't. Cool. This is just an F12 build, which great. Love that for me. I do have a couple of F13 keyboards, but they're fine. Let me look and see what's under here. There is a tray under here. I know it's probably just number pad, but oh, we got a couple of accents. We got our stepped caps lock. I'm glad I did that because that goes right there. And then I'm just gonna scoop. There we go. I definitely wanted this, so we're gonna go with that red enter right there. I just got the base. I didn't get any novelties, so as much as I would have loved to have the red arrow keys at the time, I could not afford it, actually. Sheesh. Okay. I think this is gonna turn out pretty well. So let me go ahead and put my space bar in here. I'm gonna get that bottom row also situated the way that I want to. Let me get... Is this 6? It is. Frick. It's 6.5. Dumb. I'm a dumb dummy. It's this one I'm looking for at the bottom here. Let's get this oriented well. There we go. Oh wow, there's no pinging or anything from there, so that's fantastic. Love that. Love that for me. I was gonna try to put these together in order. However, I don't know. These are just jumping out at me, honestly. This is gonna be thockier than I thought it was gonna be. That's interesting. I can kind of tell just... This is not gonna be a super clacky board, which is a little crazy because this is a PC plate. Usually PC plate is known for exacerbating the sound. It might just be the switches. The ice milks might just be too heavy duty in combo with these caps. But I find that so interesting. Okay, so we're gonna put our Windows keys here. And then I fuck doing this in order, I guess. We're just out here. Is this too small? Maybe? Yes? Yes, actually. I do want that F and J also as well. I almost always do scooped or barred F plus J because I touch type and I need it to, come on man, and I need it to live so that I can tell when my hands are on home row. This is gonna be a surprisingly quiet board. This is so interesting. Okay, so is this too big? I can't quite tell. No, it isn't. Okay. I didn't think so, but I don't know. I fucked up so much on this board with the ribbon cable. When I put this video, like the VOD for this up on YouTube, I'm just gonna call it I hate ribbon cables for real. I hate ribbon cables for real. Cycle 8 full build. Not me spending fucking minutes on fucking... Is this too far over? Are these supposed to be over? These are supposed to be over. God damn it. Okay. I thought I had done this right, but no, it is supposed to be over on this side. Hopefully, this won't be super painful to put back in. Oh, good God. Can we come out without a bunch of hassle? Good Lord. I was gonna say, not y'all giving me issues going out, coming out, and going back in. And then this last one. Cool. So we should be able to do Alt here, Super here, and then Control here. Great. We did it. Good Lord. Okay. I do want... Because I didn't... You know what? I think because I didn't do the accents or the novelties, what I'm gonna have to do is live with not having an accent tilde. Okay. If I had an accent backspace, I would do that. But I think it's just the enter. Sad face. All right. So we're finally cooking. We're cooking with some petrol. Oh, okay. All right. What is... Well, that's not great. The enter key went in there and then got stuck. Are these actually not moving? Oh no, baby girl. Everything else. These move, right? That's not good. These are not good signs. Let's see. Oh no. That means one of these was assembled incorrectly, probably. Well, we hate that. Literally all the other ones. Fine. This one, no movie. And I know exactly what that means, unfortunately. Are you gonna... that I've kind of got the ribbon cable down pat. There could be a number of issues, but I think it just means that one of the stems was put in the wrong way, which would like suck balls. Like that would suck so many fucking balls, actually. Okay. So let's take most of this apart. I'm gonna try to fix it without having to take the whole thing apart. But that's gonna be a tall order, given some other stuff that we have going on with this build. So I'm gonna take this whole come on. There we go. Bumped my mic and everything. Crazy. So I'm gonna take this whole section out and see whether or not I can flex the plate up enough to get it out. Not sure how successful that's gonna be. If I have to take the rest of the board apart, I will. Because it's not like the worst to get the switches back out and back in. It's just annoying given all of the ribbon cable woes. All the rest of the stabilizers were fine, and I thought I assembled these correctly, but apparently not. So let's go also for these ones that are nearby here. They just snap in pretty tight. That's kind of crazy. Some of them anyway. Okay. So interestingly enough, I can get some of it up. I think it's gonna be tough unless I pull the rest of these up too, though. I'm gonna try to keep these three at the bottom in just because that'll be a bit of a hassle. And I mean, I could just like finish the build and then take it apart off stream, but I feel like that defeats the purpose. Part of the whole reason why I enjoy working on boards is I get to show people that like when you're building by yourself, it's okay to rush and forget things and make mistakes. There are like really big streamers and content creators like on YouTube and stuff that literally will like install things in a weird way. Okay, no, I'm gonna have to take these out. Sag. But if I can get the stabilizer out without having to take the whole build apart, that would be ideal. We'll see. All right, so let me fiddle with this. I think I might be able to actually. Getting it back in, easier said than done. Getting it out, I think I can do that actually. Cool. Yep. All right. Come on. You're already almost out. Just come on already. Thank you. Okay. So that's the actual issue / problem. My guess is one of these sides is just not assembled right. I'm looking, and they do both look fine, but they're also not moving, so. Is it both sides that are not put in right? Is one of the wires not put into the correct points? Oh, I think it's this one. I think it's this side. Let's see if I can pop it out, actually. I may put some more lube on it because it's getting all over my hands. Yep, that's exactly what it was. This one was not oriented correctly. That is exactly what it is. And there is lube in there. This one... Is it just both of them? It might be both of them. Okay. So let's see. Let's take this out and also see. Is this in the wrong way? No, this one was in the right way. This one was actually confirmed in the right way. The other one was not, and I fixed it. So I'm gonna take out my lube. We're gonna put a little more lube on it. Throw it right back in there. Hopefully it'll be good as new. It's gonna be very annoying putting the switches back in there. But I have my trusty fork, so should be okay. Come on, come on, don't, you're making a mess everywhere, stop. Crazy. I was gonna say, that's not gonna come out easy. I'll have to wash it if I want to get that out, but it is what it is. Let's do these wires one more again. Surprising no one, the wires that had the correct orientation on it actually has the most lube left on it. So that's good to know. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna make sure everything's functioning the way it should. 'Cause I don't know what the issue is. Okay, that's moving the way it should. So let's redo this side. My hands are super messy now. I'll have to take like a short break to clean off my hands. And now that we know this is back where it's supposed to be, oriented the way it's supposed to be, we're gonna snap that in there, do a little testy test. These are moving. So now I'm gonna take just like a tiny break just to wipe my hands off so I don't get everything everywhere. Give me 1 second, BRB. And we are back. Okay, so at this point, what we're trying to do is see if we can get these back in here without having to rip up the entire PCB. I think I'm capable of it. I know, famous last words, but I think we've got enough clearance for me to be able to get it done. And then I can just put the switches that I removed back in, and we can go back to things as normal. I am so sure that I can get this done. They're already hooked in. Oh. All right, there we go. Yes. Can do. And of course, as always, do what I say, not what I do, right? So like, I'm willing to do this on my own builds. Clearly, this is not the proper way to do it. The way you would normally do it, right, is you would, in fact, take all the switches out and everything, and then you would take the plate off, put everything in properly, and then you would put it back in. That's it. That's how you would do it. And I'm just a stubborn bean that doesn't like doing things any other way. So, any other way than the easy way, of course. The easy way for me. So let me put this on here so it doesn't get any more on the mat. I've already got a spill. It's like somewhere off over here. I was gonna say my loop brush went flying off somewhere. Cool. Got it. I'm gonna sit this here until the end of the build. Somehow I'm not surprised. That this theme incorporates classical music into it, but I am surprised. Apparently this is Orochimaru's theme. And I almost can't tell if that's like a joke or not, because this is very clearly... All right, cool. You got this. Thank you, Weapon X. I do got it. It's really, so when it comes to keyboards, it honestly comes down to what do you have the patience to complete? Anything is possible if you have enough patience, right? But if you're having issues with being patient on your board, on your build, then it'll be an issue. Whenever I'm streaming, I always feel like more pressure to be perfect, right? Because people are watching. But I always make myself kind of like run through my mistakes unless I'm personally just not in the mood to deal with the work of rebuilding them. Like, I've definitely built boards before that took such a long while to build or were so complicated because of like screens or broken hot swap sockets or even just temperamentalness. Like, I definitely had a board from it was one of the Zoom boards, and I had such a frustrating time with the board because the coding for like how they had the layout done was just like super not intuitive. I have broken or snapped things before while putting boards together. You know, it's just one of those things where when you're doing it for other people, you always feel like, oh, he has a theme. Apparently. I don't know. What I'm telling you is what Spotify told me, which was that this was Orochimaru's. The last song was Orochimaru's theme, which is like crazy. And it was very specifically cited Naruto. But I suppose anyone can have a theme if people like them enough. I haven't seen Naruto in such a long time. If he had a theme that was actually shown in the anime, I would be able to tell you. I'm not the person you can ask about that. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna do these last couple switches. These are in fact going up and down now. I did check them before I put them in there, but just, you know, one more time for the one time. I would like to note for anybody who is watching this through as like background music or sound or noise or whatever, that if you are putting together your own board and you make a mistake, it is not the end of you and your board. You might have to do some troubleshooting. I've definitely had to troubleshoot some keyboards before. I've had to do it both, not only physically, but also with the software as well. And I think the software is maybe a little scarier, because if you can't get the software to work, then like, what is the point of the board, right? But all it usually takes is a little time, some patience, and for you to follow directions. There's lots of people in the keyboard community who are willing to listen and try to help. Obviously, everybody's not like a freaking keyboard guru, so they can't diagnose all of your issues exactly, but most people will take time to try to listen to the nature of the problem and put you in the right direction, which is very great. One of the things that I love the most about the community. Even if your question is like quote unquote a dumb question, most places try to be nice. Not every place. Some places are like, the cost for you getting help is a little razzing, you know, a little razzle dazzle. But most spots are very kind. And regardless of which one you're in, usually even the ones that razz you a little bit about whatever it is you're doing or haven't done or whatever, they'll still get you where you need to go anyway for the most part. Which I think is very cool, coming from people who are not in any way obligated to help you at all. The lo-fi version is better. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. I'll have to like listen to the OG version off screen. I was tempted to look it up, obviously, but I didn't want to subject everyone to Orochimaru's theme. Also, if I post this later on YouTube, I would prefer not to be immediately claimed by Crunchyroll or whoever it is that has the rights to Naruto at this current moment in time. All right, so we've done this. Now to the fucking boss fight, right? This fucking... this fucking thing. But I think I understand it now. I think I got it. I think I can get it in there. We got the bottom foam. It's in there. I love Persona music. I am obsessed with Persona 5. Oh, I did not flip that up. My bad. All right, I felt that go in. We're getting better at this. Cool. So before I put this together and I stick my foot in my mouth, I'm gonna plug this in one more time to make sure everything is connected correctly. And we're working with Mint here, okay? All the fuck right. For sure you're right on. Great. So everything's working. Let me get that out of there. That is a tight clearance for that hole. I say, making the sussiest joke ever. All right, so now we can start putting the keycaps back on there. And we'll be done in no time. Sadly, no matter what I do, I feel like I always mess up at least one thing, or one thing on the build takes longer than I want it to. And the result of that is always that my keyboard streams are like so much longer than it would take to build the board if I wasn't on stream. But that's how it goes, right? So let me put this back here. Okay, and then let me get, where was the backspace? Oh shit, oh fuck, oh fuck. Okay, now everything's still intact. Cool, cool, cool. Just me freaking out for no reason. Nope, nope, nope. Where is the backspace? The key that got us into this mess in the first place. I could not have dropped it. Did I drop it back in here? Maybe, possibly. Yes, that is what happened. Dropped it right back in the box. Perfect! We love that. We love that noise. Is it here? Yes. Maybe not. This isn't long enough for this, is it, though? It feels like no. So I don't think so. Yes, it is this one. The long boy shift. That's what I was looking for. All right, F11, F12. F9. Here we go. I have another black and red build coming up, but it's definitely the duality keyboard. And that one will be a little more exciting than this one. I feel like this board is kind of like a regular red board. If that makes sense. 9876. Hopefully I did that right. 8. Nope, that's not correct. Jesus. I meant to skip one. Let's see. And I will have to remap it for these because I have Sangam bottom rail, the way that this is oriented. But I can do that off stream. That's like some software stuff. Here we go. 1. I'm gonna put that alt here. Is this an Animal Crossing song? I actually just have to know. It is not. It is Azalea Town, apparently. It just had that kind of like lazy tempo to it. I confirmed all of the hot swaps sockets work, so I'm gonna go ahead and push that down there. Other than putting keycaps on, we're basically done. This is an interesting sounding board, I think. I could probably get it more thocky if I did put the foams in it. But I like the idea of having a slightly more low-key board, you know. Let's do... Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm trying to grab as many keys as I can before I start putting them on there. There's so many. Okay. Just for this one row. Goodness. This is a very respectable looking board. I think Akzeriuth is a good name for it. P. And this is tab. I think I bumped into the next row. There we go. I'm probably gonna type on this for a few days and then make a decision about if I want to add more foam to it to give it that sort of thocky sound, because I feel like it's a thing that could be done if I want it to sound deeper, but it doesn't have to be. I kind of like the way it's sounding right now. These are really thocky switches. I will say for the record that this sounds good without foam, honestly. This does sound good without foam. I only have case foam in here, so there's nothing else. There's no there's nothing between the plate, as you saw when I was taking it apart. I had to use the switch fork. And honestly, case foam is sometimes just to stop shortages from when the prongs from the switches touch the back of the board, since it's made of metal. So usually I advise folks to put case foam in their boards just because it helps to avoid that problem. Quite honestly. But this is... I would be interested in seeing what it sounded like with the foam, but this doesn't sound bad with without foam, honestly. And I love that that's the case. Some keyboards are made with having a particular sound in mind, and some are just made with the idea of not having to deal with other sounds in mind, right? Like other sounds from the way it's made interfering with how it naturally sounds. And I don't hate that. I think this is kind of dope. Let's see, B, X, brackets, other bracket, question mark. And then we have that cluster there. ZXCV. Yep, and then N and M. That spacebar sounds so fucking good, actually. I love that. Okay, and then we need the... Oh, they did actually put that shit up here. Okay, never mind. I thought for some reason the other pages were down there, but they are not. Page down goes here. We're gonna go delete end. That end goes there. And delete goes there. That was a little wobbly. Print, scroll, and then pause up here. I don't think I have any cool artisans that I can put on here. I don't think I have any red artisans. And then we've got home. Should be, or it should be insert home and then page up, I think, right? Yeah. Hot. Hot. I like the two-tone gray that this has. All right, let me set that down there. Cool. So this is what we're looking at. My camera looks a little dim. Let me turn the light up. I think I turned it down earlier because I felt like it was too bright. Let's see. Yeah, that's a little better. Cool. So this is the finished look, guys. Now, what I'm gonna do is a little sound test, just a tiny one. Let's see. Real quick, gonna vanish for a little bit. We're gonna turn our music down. And then we're gonna turn the, actually, you know what? I won't turn the gain up. So you guys can hear what it sounds like. I guess like it, not quite ear level, but a little closer than I would be. So let's go. All right. It seemed like that went through and there weren't any issues. Yeah. So hopefully that sounded good. I will say these switches are just a tad scratchy. Trying to get the raw sound with my nails is also a little difficult too. Typing on the alphas is fine because I can go point down, right? But for the longer keys, I have to make sure. Because the sound of my nail changes how the key sounds, actually. It says like a super tiny tick. But it's mostly scratch from the switch. So, I'm happy with it. I like this one. And then, of course, as a treat for everyone who's made it this far, we're gonna do peelies. We all love the peelies. So, let's flip this bad boy over. So we're gonna do peelies. Let's see if I can get it oriented in a way that looks really good. Oh, crap. Oh, God. All right, here we go. Here we go. We did it. Wow. Wow. Looking so good. That's my camera. That's me. Hi, hello. I'm wearing a hat, so I don't think you can really tell. But I like, oh my gosh, the brush details on here. Yeah, in the right light, you can see them. That's hot. It's brushed on the sides, but glossy in the middle. I almost feel bad because this is going to get messed up immediately. I almost want to take my hand and put it on there just to ruin it. But like, I'll wait. I'll let it happen naturally. All right. So guys, that was the build. I feel like every single time I make an attempt to try to get my build times under a certain time frame, there's always something that I get stuck on, right? Real quick, I'm gonna do the feet just for myself so that I don't have to worry about doing them. The build's not complete if you didn't do the feet. Here on the Luminous Peak channel, we give away the feet content for free. For the free ball. But there we go. Come on. And then I will let you guys go because I do have a couple other things to get up to. I also have a couple pictures to take, I will say, after I clean up my desk. Because I've got to take a picture of this build, obviously. But then I have to take a picture of Procyon. I need an updated picture of a couple of different boards. So I might have to get some productivity going while I'm online today. And just make it happen. All right. So we got the bump-ons, the feets done. And that's most of the other things that needed to be done. To be completely honest, I just don't fuck with the TKD stabilizer. So I just did not feel comfortable using them. But this is it. Everything else pretty much used up. We got the beans, we got the O-rings. They did give us some extra screws, but I don't think I'll need them. I'll probably hang on to them just because I tend to keep those in the cases, right, of the boards that I'm using. So, alrighty. Thanks, guys. Because this was like, I just happened to have a little free time today. This was an impromptu thing. I was hoping to be done a little earlier today than I was, but that's okay. I got me a new member of the family. Akzeriuth. Great name. Feeling real good about him. I like that this lights up red to match the theme of the board. I'm a sucker for that. I have another board that has like an accent on it that lights up purple to match the theme of the board. I love that shit. These switches feel fine. I knew they were going to. Before I even bothered. Is this down all the way? Is that in? Okay, yeah. Oh. No. Did they give me a second P and not an N? Is that what happens? Oh my god. I did not even notice. That's crazy. They sure the fuck did. They gave me a second P. There is not a fucking N in here. I just want to point out. This is the tray. These are the F and J. Right? Unless there's something hiding underneath the space bar, and I know there's not. They gave me an extra P and not an N. Crazy. They couldn't even give me like another bottom row. Like another bottom row key? That's so annoying. At least if it was just like a different bottom row key, I would be like, okay. But they gave me a P instead of an N. Gross. And I do not have anything else from this kit that goes in there. I bought this such a long time ago. Not sure if they would just ship me an N key, to be honest. That's quite a conundrum. For me, it's like the height. The height of it's gonna fuck me up forever. So the question is, can I put something else here? Okay. All right, cool. That's at least the same height as the rest of these. That's crazy. If I can, I'll send an email to them. I got this through OmniType. We'll see if they send me an extra N key. All right. Well, that's a crazy ride to do all of that. And then this. That is so funny. Okay. So I am gonna go and see if I can figure out customer service for a keycap set that I bought a million years ago. And I hope that all of you... Oh, I forgot to turn the music back up. Of course I did. Well, we're about to go now, but that's not the point, right? I hope that all of you have a great day, a lovely season. I hope that you can hunker down where you are, where it's difficult, and that things don't get any worse. And at the best of things, I hope you have some good times. Cherish your loved ones. You never know what's gonna happen. And just remember that there are people out there that love and care about you. And that it takes effort to remind yourself of that. It's worth the effort to remind yourself of that. Hopefully, I'll be streaming soon. I don't want to take another long hiatus, however. I don't know what the world brings for me. So hopefully, I will see you guys soon. But if I don't, I am on Blue Sky. I do exist there. And I do share keyboard related things and post about some stuff that happens. The last maybe like month or so has been kind of a void because I can't just post like, oh, my friends, XYZ family members, you know, passed away or whatever. So I've been a little quiet on that and rushing back and forth trying to recover. However, I will be posting fun things, maybe a little more IRL content. Hey, I'm here doing this. Hey, I'm here doing that, or I'm existing. I'm at this spot having a good time with this board. And hopefully I will see you guys when I do my next stream. I would like my next stream to be a game stream, but I feel like I know myself. My next stream is probably going to be a keyboard stream. I just don't feel like lying to you guys. Because I've got a few things to build. We'll see. Up on the docket for things to build, I will say I do have the build for Papalumi. That is a thing that I have to do. And that's another QK board. I've got a million QK boards, but this one's not mine. I'm making it for him. I have a mode sonnet that I've had since last year that I've been meaning to build. I have not done that. Crazy. I have a QK, and I know, another QK. I have a QK 75N. That one I'm holding on to for a little while because I'm waiting for keycaps that I want to put on it to arrive and exist. And then I have the, what is it called? The Duality's on the way. I have a VK10, which is not a keyboard, it is a knob. And then I have a Neo 80 to build, so another one of these, like this format, but it's a champagne color. And then I've also got the Hans 80. The Hans 80 is the big one. It's such a stylized board. There's so much personality to it, but I want to save it for a particular occasion. So that's basically it for now. Maybe we'll do a game stream. We'll see. We'll see what strikes my fancy. At the moment, to keep my energy levels up, I actually have to do what sparks joy, right? So, being in the position where I have to do what sparks joy, I'm absolutely going to do the shit that sparks joy for me. And hopefully everyone in the world will be having a better time than we've been having lately on this plane of existence. And I will see you guys later. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, for being excited that I came back to stream. That means a lot to me. Even if you checked in on me for just 5 minutes, if you sat lurking the whole time with me in the background, if you even just remembered that I exist because you saw the go live and you're like, and then moved on. I'm still very happy to be here. I enjoy streaming. I like showing you guys things. I like building things. I like chatting idly while I build things. Oh, not Eternal being here. Crazy. So yeah, thanks to everybody. I'm very happy I got this done. This was way too long of a stream, but I'm happy you were here. I'm having a great time. So hopefully I'll see you guys soon. It'll be, I really want to say it won't be keyboards, but I don't know. So we'll call it one of my usual streams. So games or keyboards or story reading. It'll be one of those. It won't be anything crazy. I miss you too. Oh my gosh. Panda, I see your notifications in the Discord all the time. I have lurked a couple of times in your streams. When I'm working, I don't have time to say stuff. Please know, Pandy, that I am thinking about you very often. If the question when you run across my name is like, does she even remember me? Please know, I'm actually thinking of you actively very often. I do see that. Thank you. All right, I'll let you guys go. Please remember to take care of yourself. And remember that you are special. Sometimes you have to be the one that makes you special, but you are special. And I'll see you guys later, okay? Bye-bye.